studio already. Totally professional. Never streamed before, right? Content live. Yep. Thumbnail. Thought Restream did all this for me. Your channel. Hey, okay. Looks like it's... Okay. I think we're actually, maybe, possibly live. Twitch and YouTube. Don't know. I'm going to say yes. Okay. Boomer moment. Cool. So, hey, everybody, I'm Aaron. Welcome to Aaron Builds. I am not a developer, but we're going to learn how to vibe code. I've been doing it for about a month or so, and I was like, you know what? Let's do this live in front of people, because that sounds like a great idea. So, yeah, I was a creative director for like 15 plus years, worked with a bunch of global clients, launching websites, launching apps, but all from a creative and a consulting point of view. I guess the camera's over there. I should probably look at it. Yeah, so launching global brands, products, apps, websites, specializing mainly on the e-commerce side of things. Yeah, times are changing, and was laid off like 9 months ago. Big software company. Don't recommend working for them. Total shit show. Besides the point. Now I'm on my own and doing the whole vibe code thing. So got inspired by a couple people here on YouTube, over on Twitch as well. Max and Nico, and then there's also Matthew, I think is his name. Matthew, MindBridge, whichever one that is. And thought, you know what? Yeah, I could do the same thing. Anyway, so I'm repeating myself. So yeah, to kind of get started, we'll just kind of jump into it. So basically, I should know which one it is, if it's MindBridge or BridgeMind, because I'm basically, yeah, kind of, sort of, technically, but also not really, making my own version of his project. So yeah, making an ADE. But there's quite a few differences. Mine's not built and sellable yet, so there's that part. It's a good learning experience. And then also, there's some things that I'm not a big fan of. One of it being cloud-based. I don't know if cloud-based is necessarily the right word. I think it looks like overly busy from a UX point of view. So a lot of this is what I'm going to be doing is coming from a UI UX point of view, since that's my background. And then how can I, make the experience better, make it as streamlined as possible, and put my own little flair on it. A lot of the ideas behind this ADE thing is kind of based on like the business practices of like Obsidian, where the project is yours, the context is yours, the memory is yours. Yeah, so that's kind of the basis and where it came from. Basically, like I said, summarize. Wanted to build my own, learn my own, and go there. So as far as where we are right now, it's really bare bones. there's two agents that talk to each other. There's an architect and a builder. And the idea is there'll be different templates. So there'll be like a vibe mode or a vibe template, which will kind of just be the architect and a builder. And then they communicate back and forth. Right now, I actually have like a GitHub or a Git repo on GitHub. And that kind of is like I would say it's like a mix between a skill and some pre-made Claude files whenever I was working all entirely in Claude. It kind of sets that up, and I'm kind of running that here. I just switched to Codex this week, like yesterday. Claude was making some stupid mistakes, so I'm checking out Codex now, which means Claude will probably get better now that I've dropped that subscription. Anyway, so yeah, I can type in Codex and it'll send all the work actually over to a builder. The builder actually does all the work, and then it just reports back to, in this workflow, it's technically called the advisor. I probably should name this the advisor just because that's like easier to type out. So the workflow kind of exists, but it doesn't like how it like sends stuff back and forth is still based on just this, and you can really only do it with Codex to Codex or Claude to Claude. But on this one, I could make it Claude. Yes, trust this folder. I can make this Claude, and then Claude will talk to builder, which is in Codex. I can change it to Claude here, and then it'll be both. Or I can do Codex here and Codex here, and then you can change the stuff back and forth. So that's kind of the premise here, and they talk back and forth. In the engineering template, there'll be a full workflow of like going from architect to builder to tester, QA, and then again to ops. So it's kind of like a built-in workflow. Eventually we'll be able to like do drag and drops to kind of build out your own workflow, if you will. It'll just kind of come shipped with your own, and then you'll be able to build additional templates. So if you wanted to do it for like marketing, you could have like your own flow of marketing, and then each of those agents, you could, you go into their MD files and set up their specialties and assign the skills and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so that's enough like jabbering on about kind of the background of what I'm building, about me, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think that's it. So anyway, I guess we'll go ahead and get started. So recently I've been, I actually spent like a month building this thing, and I only just now saw the app for like the first time a couple days ago, like maybe like 3 or 4 days ago. So everything was like all headless and all that kind of stuff, and now we're starting to do some of the app stuff. So right now this is basically just getting pieces, getting furniture into the room, if you will. This is definitely not what it's going to look like, but I guess to give it a little tour and a little bit of a demo. So right now architect's on 5.5 and builders on 5.3. The way it kind of works is so you can just be like, make me an MD file that contains the word boobs. So that'll work. It actually will go and build, it inserts everything into connects to an MCP, and then the MCP puts it all into DB, and then the MCP triggers the builder. Builder goes and does a whole bunch of stuff, and then it actually goes and writes everything, and then it has its own built-in RAG memory system in it, and so it'll actually come up in here. It takes a minute for the final report we'll go through. I was actually working on reports kind of recently, so yeah, it'll talk. It says waiting for tasks. It'll eventually do something. You can see in here in the task, it says loading context. I was just working on the progress bars, actually. I was working on reports, and then I introduced the progress bars, and then I didn't check it. So that's fun. All right, so first bug. First bug, if you will. before we move on to the next task, I just ran a smoke test for a new task and it is stuck loading context and never generated report. What did you say? Builder exited. In the builder pane, it says code 0, which I'm not 100% sure what code 0 actually means. I didn't tell it to say code 0, but usually that means everything went well. So I don't, this progress bar is a 0%, which means it should be waiting for tasks. Says it is there. Codex, what do you say? Screenshot is useful. Incomplete role work, then exited 0, so task did finish. Inspect that store progress handling. Baby, does console say anything? So I'm not a complete idiot when it comes to coding. I used to actually lead front-end development teams for 5-7 years for a major e-commerce retailer. They were one of our biggest clients. So I did run development teams, but it's probably, so I ran the teams for like 5 or 7 years, but then it's probably been at least that since the last time I coded. So I understand workflows and I understand some stuff. I've never developed an app before. Definitely never developed a desktop app. I definitely have assisted on the creative side of things in designing mobile apps, but we never really did any desktop apps. So the whole Xcode thing, definitely new experience. Found the UI bug. Report. Yeah, I know the builder doesn't make the report. So right now there's a couple agents in the background. So there's a reporter, if we can actually open this thing. So right now there is the architect, which is this guy, the builder, which is this guy, and then there's a reporter and a discuss. So if I actually like open up the report, so after a task is completed, it actually generates an MD file that essentially is a summary of what is in the database to help with context memory in the memory system. And then I can go in here and I can hit discuss, and then this will actually launch a what I call a ghost agent. So this is like standalone. As soon as I close this, it'll close this agent, but I can talk about it and it has the context of this. So I could ask him a question, be like, what's the 5th word of this? And it would not take very many tokens to get it because it has this context directly. And then there's so that's the discuss agent, and then the reporter agent actually is the one that writes this reporting. They're like I said, they're just kind of ghosts. Yeah, so that's kind of how that works. And then you can kind of see here, so this is the workflow that I started. The workflow is kind of like the idea of how this whole thing came about, where I was reading on X about how like don't have an agent do its own work or have an agent like check its own work, because it's like it favors itself or whatever you want to call it. So this workflow that I did is kind of the spawn of it. So I built this, and then I like tinkered around with some other ideas. So you can click on this and it'll show you kind of what it's doing. So it's kind of the same idea where the advisor here sends this prompt, you are the builder for ADE, blah, 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 blah. This is coming from like its Claude or agent file, depending on which one I'm working in. And it does this, and then it essentially that's the reason why I can get away with using lower quality models, is because it's usually like extremely detailed prompt. So yeah, it sends it over there. So what does it say now? Smoke failure was real, but it was a UI state, not a builder failure. Next panel check. Rerun the same tiny task car should. Okay, so if we just close the app, there is a recovery pipeline, I guess. So this might get, it might just auto recover it. Okay. So this is now done. I don't have an MD file or a port. Okay, so let's just try. Make me an MD file. This is one thing I do want to fix, is how to enter. Make a task that generates an MD file. Have the builder look up the full JFK Rice Uni speech as its content. I've already generated this one, but it's a good one because it takes a little bit of time. It has to go search the internet, so it kind of checks to make sure that the tools are all still working. I did discover, I was working on this earlier today, and I found out that there's a thing that I did that basically limits limits skills local to the project. So I have a to-do item where I need to do like a skill importer that imports it from the global folder into the project. So that's cool. Okay, so yeah, now this is, we come in here to the Kanban. Here's the file, or here's the task. It says it's done, number 11. If I click on this, boom, summary. There's a few other things that are going on here. So like I said, it writes everything to a database, and then that's the real truth. That's the Bible. But for context purposes, the agents don't read the database, they read the MD file. So there's a like I said, a RAG system that looks through MD files and eventually code files. When I'm, if you're making code, it can get additional context through the code files, that then graphs everything together. The idea here is that technically I could open Obsidian, point it at the project folder, and then I could run a command, and it would update the vault, and then you'd have a full like wiki and context graph. So that's a part of it. That part is, it does take tokens. The part that's baked into it, and happens, I think it happens every time a work tree is closed by the agents. It does a token-free memory update. So that does that. Anyway, okay, so that's working. I don't really know what it was doing. Like, why did this break again? Code file got stuck because stale MCP activity loading context was still overriding final done status. Smoke fix. So in the workflow, basically everything in the workflow that like is in GitHub right now, the way it works is the advisor writes an MD, and then the builder reads the MD, and then they update each other. So there's a whole folder of tasks. I could go in there and I could read every single like task. So I actually have context. These guys have context as like a really cheap memory system. And yeah, so it's like this is what the user asked for. I could technically pull like every transcript that I've ever asked for, and it gives me essentially what a full history of everything. And then this is the plan, comes from the advisor, and then this is the implementation. Implemented an error Swift side fix. Now let's non-active statuses of override stale MCP activity. Now I'm going. It sounds like it fixed. So was the fix a smoke test fix, or was there a legit bug in the real workflow? Not 100% sure. Legit bug in the real workflow. Could arrive before or after a task completed and Swift was rendering activity ahead of status. Okay. Cool. Okay, so back to the real tasks. I think I'm ready to do the optimization. So I was doing a whole like sprint on making everything universal. So whenever I was developing it, it was all in Claude and it was kind of all hard coded to Claude. And then it started doing like, whenever I switched to Codex, then it started to only do stuff for Codex and it was leaving Claude behind. So I was doing a whole sprint of like making it universal. Because the idea here will be like, this is just a wrapper essentially. And it gives this way for agents to communicate to each other, even if they're from different vendors. So technically speaking, you could like pass this off to Grok. You could have like Claude be the architect, Codex be the builder, and have Grok be, you know, QA and testing, and then pass that off to a Hermes agent for operations, which is like pushing it to GitHub and stuff like that. So that's technically that's the whole flow. There's that's the whole capabilities that you could assign all of this, and they will all communicate together. Right now, I only have these two built, plus, like I said, the ghost, quote unquote, ghost guys from the to discuss stuff. So yeah, what is on the to-do list now that we made some recent dates? So anywho. So I can kind of show you open a finder. So yeah, these are this is kind of the workflow of kind of how it's all going right now. Inside of either Claude or Codex, there's this workflow file or folder, and then it gives a bunch of tasks. And so these are all of the tasks. I would say, you know, 5.5. Since 5.5, these are all the tasks to kind of do it. I feel like there should be more of them. But I guess actually what comes in here is it does update all of the files. So if you go in here, there's like multiple steps to the plans. Round 1, yeah. So then there's multiple revisions to some of the tasks. Round 1.5, round 2. Yeah, so these would be everything. I could technically import all of these into Obsidian, run a command, and then they would all get updated with wiki pages and all that kind of stuff. Like I said, there's already a graphing system for RAG built in. It's just kind of invisible. Okay, so before optimization, close clean task records that are still marked in progress. Do one final smoke on the latest build. So this is still some of the parity stuff between Claude and Codex, global skills viewer. These are some of the things that I found this morning that we need to work on. Decide whether to commit the current stabilization batch locally. Let's walk through the before optimization tasks. I think this is mostly just cleanup because I did have like this retire needs human failure state in the Kanban. This used to be called ready, and then this used to be called queued. I renamed those, and then there was an issue where, or there was a different piece where like if a task didn't fail, but maybe it had a question, and this mainly came up around like git merges. It needs to go into blocked, but it originally was going into needs the human interaction or whatever I said it was called. Needs human failure state. So it would technically count it as a fail, and then it's supposed to prompt me. So I could open up something kind of like this, and then I could start here and start talking to this one, and it would have full context of the failure. But it's not really a failure, it's just blocked because it has a question. And I don't think I needed like a whole other system. It's just blocked. So that's what this thing is doing, is it's doing that. Okay, so anyway, that's not talking. This looks implemented and verified, but the task file is marked in progress. What it fix when you delete the project folder while ADE is open, the app should stop stores. Let builder idle, delete project folder. Okay, yeah, so this is I need to run tests. Project deleted. Okay, so this was just a safety thing that I went in. Number 1 looks complete. Immediately kicked me out to the main screen. Mark number 1 complete. The screenshot is expected behavior. Next on pre-optimization is quit while builder is active. Create open project. Start a tiny builder task. Quit ADE while the builder is actively working. Confirm the interrupted task is not stuck in claimed. It should be failed released consistently. Does the test need to be updated? Since claimed now equals building. Kanban. Create new project. Tests. Probably not. Okay. Yes, continue. I need a task. Make an indie file that says 40 pants. McGee. This is a small builder task. Okay. So that the builder picked it up. You saw the screen change. Now I can restart the app. Open existing. So it says that it's in failed status, task failed. Should not be stuck in compiling. It should be a moved to failed, and then I can click retry. Goes back to building. Done. That's new. Okay. I quit the. That's not how you spell that. Quit the app mid builder. Reopened. Was in a failed state. Clicked retry from notification drawer, and it succeeded. Check the logs and NV file for confirm. Hopefully the audio and music is good. I did a dry run yesterday and it sounded fine to me. I'll have to watch back the stream and make fun of myself if it's not, and even if it is. Found the maintain task file. I can see the smoke detector project, querying ADADV. Task 1 has 3 attempts in order. Failed with process stop, then retried, then success. The task row is now done. Yeah, so you can see over here in the workflow, it just modifies this stuff. So technically I can then take this all back to Claude, and Claude shouldn't have any context or memory problems with all the changes that we've done. It's not as smooth sailing as I had hoped going back between Code and Codex. Claude and Codex. I like that Codex. Forty Pants McGee. All right. What is next? Get untracked merge guard. This one already looks implemented and tested. Fix the false merge conflict case where it untracked file in the working content. Confirm we're comfortable with the behavior. Remove only untracked blockers under working content. Task branch content wins. Real tracked conflicts still fail. Create a project, leave an untracked file in the working content. Make me the foo.md file in the current ADE project folder, and then I will tell the builder to make the second copy. Oh, cell phone. Going into yeah, so the way this works right now is essentially you've got a project folder like we've got here. Then inside the project folder is the working content. So this is actually like what you would be building with the tool. And then there's some hidden files. Obviously, you've got your git ignore, your git stuff, and then there's stuff in here that's specific to the tool. So you've got like agents, you've got hooks for them, you've got your your Claude stuff. So this is all stuff that would then ship with it, and then there will be some stuff that obviously gets compiled when the app actually gets running, and then that just kind of runs in the background. So a little teeny bit of secret sauce. Okay, now tell the builder to make a task for builder to build a foo.md file that is inside the working content folder. Working foo.md exists. I'll create a working in the provided work tree. So what did that actually do? I guess because it's in a work tree. I also didn't get a report. Log, we'll say this. I also didn't get a report after the task was done, and I don't see the McGee file in the working content folder anymore. Is that because it's in the work tree and hasn't merged it back in? So right now in this template, quote unquote template of workflow, the architect sends everything to the builder, and then the builder does building, QA, and ops control. In like the engineering template that I've got planned that would ship with the app, there'd be a separate agent that does all that. So first completed, and the untracked file merge guard appears to have worked. Okay, well, that's good. So now on branch workstream foo.md and working blah, 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 blah. So the untracked foo I created was replaced by the builder's desk string. Second, the missing 40 pants McGee is because you're now looking at a different workstream branch. The DB shows blah, blah, blah. So working content reflects the workstream branch. Okay, that makes sense. The report issue is real but separate. The reporter log shows repeated failures like... Oh. Right. That's because I canceled my Claude sub. So that makes sense. Make a to-do item that if any agent fails because of an issue like this, a report should still be written by whatever model the architect uses. we can do this later. However, aren't we... Don't we have the MCP merge / close work trees when a task is complete? Task and work stream. It may not have done it because I think that only happens after the report is written, if I had to guess. Because the report failed, then the workflow didn't finish, so therefore the work stream didn't get closed. Code and library. Task completion cleanup. I'm not. So yes, if our expected contract is after task completes, merge into workstream, remove the chat. That is not happening today. That doesn't sound right. I thought that was the plan the entire time and thought it was implemented. Could it be because the reporter failed and therefore the workflow is still quote unquote pending / incomplete? That's not how you spell incomplete, but it's fine. On builder, complete role work. Corrected model is task complete, merge task branch into workstream branch, then clean task branch work tree. Workstream is complete. After all tasks are done, blocked, abandoned, and reporter succeeds, mark workstream complete. Reporter failed. Workstream may still active pending report, but completed task branches should still be gone. Workstream may still be active and pending report, but completed task branches and work trees should still be gone. If we added in the to-do item for architect model fallback, porter agent, porter role, would that even be a concern? If it could potentially, is should the branches work stream be gone? Or should they be left open until the report is delivered? So yeah, I don't know. That one, it's kind of a chicken or the egg, honestly. Even if a reporter has not delivered yet. Reporter fallback reduces the chance of a stuck work stream, but it does not remove the need for task level cleanup. I would keep these life cycles separate. If the merge succeeds, task becomes done. Or tree removed, task branch is deleted. If merge fails, task becomes failed. Branch work tree may be preserved only if we intentionally need conflict inspection, even then the better long term is captured. Go ahead and fix the workflow miss and implement the reporter fallback plan. No, not plan mode. Implement the reporter fallback plan that we just added to the to-do list. So the idea here is that I basically need to get the ADE to a spot where it is bulletproof enough to be able to handle the coding tasks, and all of the MCP handoffs and hooks and triggers are working correctly. Once that happens, then I can use the ADE to build the ADE, which is a mindfuck. I don't know. That hurts my brain. Evidently, it's called dog fooding. I don't know. I've never heard that term before, but that's what Codex, as we're gonna call it, has told me. I don't know. That part scares me because so right now, it's living in a Claude project, and then it's called ADE dev, and so then this is like all the Python stuff, and then this is all the stuff for the shell, and then this gets ran, and then the projects get loaded into ADE projects. It doesn't matter. This could be the desktop. So the projects that for this live in this folder, then they have their own Git repos. So I don't know. Sir Elfman, sorry, I was on a different tab. Yo, do you do design reviews? I'm not a designer, I would love some feedback. I mean, for a living, I used to do design reviews all the time. Like, that was a part of my daily stand-up thing. But I don't do that anymore. But no, sorry. If you're looking for design reviews, not really in the market. At least not for free. Maybe I should do that. That'd be cool? Like, set up like a Stripe system, like creative director on demand to do design reviews. I've kind of been like roasting people on X because because I'm kind of an asshole. I don't know. Got to grow that ARR somehow. So maybe that's the thing I do. People paid you to do design. Well, I mean, it was my job. I was a creative director, so I reviewed designs all day, every day. I'm just thinking as a service, because I'm not a creative director anymore. I could do that. What kind of designs? Mainly like e-commerce, but also did like a bunch of app design, financial institutions, things like that. I worked for a major software company, and I was a head of creative for creative and consulting for the US. And now I fumble my way through vibe coding. What do we do? What are we doing here? Codex. I never programmed. So I used to be a programmer, developer, whatever you want to call it. Probably would have been 2012 to 2000, maybe like 2016. I coded. Let me put it this way. The last time I coded, well, yeah, I did some PHP, but that was more like offhand. I led like front end teams. So jQuery was like all the rage. We didn't have all these ridiculous JavaScript like libraries and stuff like that. jQuery was like the library at the time. So I understand like coding workflows, but like I haven't been in that world of actually developing for at least 10 plus years. And I've never done any coding when it comes to like app development or anything like that. Do we need designers now with AI? Real talk, man. Yeah. I think that just the same as developers, you still need developers in the world of AI. You still need designers in the world of AI. If you're not a designer, I think that, and you're not looking for like one-off bespoke, everything is super polished designs, you just want something out there, then I think AI is good enough. And I think obviously it's only going to get better. You think about like coding 2 years ago versus coding now, like it's light years ahead. So give it another 2 years and I think AI will be there. Honestly, like it's a really weird thing. I'm kind of like clutching my own pearls, like my own, or whatever that saying is, clutching my pearls about like when it comes to design stuff. I've tried it at like the smallest little level, and I don't think that it's there yet. But also, I haven't I don't know what the meta is for like sending it off to this AI to get a design.md file and then sending it to, is it Nano Banana, and then having it do its thing, and then sending that to Claude to do the development. I don't know all the intricacies there. So I don't really know. It's really hard for me to like wrap my brain around how AI does design stuff. I think it's really good at using already developed systems systems and libraries. So there's like, what is it called? Like Shade CDN or Shade CN or something like that, like is really popular on X right now. And I guess there's some controversy around it. I don't really know. But all that's using is just pre-made components and then dropping them in. So I think there's a time and place for it. I'm gonna eventually, when it comes time to actually developing the UI for the ADE, I'm gonna have to do a whole bunch of deep research. I don't really want to open up Figma and like design the entire interface. I might actually do that. Saying that out loud, I might actually go in and still do the design work in Figma, and then give that to Claude Design or something and then have it actually like build out the rest of the scenes. I don't know. Like I said, I'm kind of like clutching my pearls on design with AI. Is AI turning all designs into a IKEA a good thing? I think that was already happening. Literally before AI really skyrocketed, everybody was just implementing Google Material. I mean, I'm guilty of that. You know, we'd have projects and they want timelines done or deliveries done super quick. Fall back to whatever Google Material says. So everything's just started looking like Gmail. So I think we were already doing that before AI, but now everybody just use like the baked in, Claude files or agent files. Gmail barely uses Material. Well, yeah, I mean there's definitely an argument there. Yeah, they've got like, my understanding of how Google works is like every product has its own design team and they've got the baseline design system. But then there's like one person who is the director of the design system or conductor or whatever you want to call it. But that person doesn't really check all of the other products' work. So yeah, they violate the rules all at the same time. But you know what I mean, kind of mean, like all interactions look the same, border radiuses are all the same. I think most modern design is copying what Apple is doing. God, I hope not, because the latest designs coming from Apple are garbage. Like this whole glass thing from Apple is terrible. But to your question or your comment around like AI can't see colors, though, that's not 100% true because it can always do, for example, like an ADE test to check, is it AAA, AAA compliant with contrast ratios and stuff like that. So it's not blind to colors, but yeah. Man, am I glad you're here to talk, because this thing is taking forever. Contrast ratios won't save you on picking pleasant colors. That's true. But I will say this, like, so in my world that I came from, it was all on the consulting side. So very rarely but we didn't do branding. We did do branding, but even then, like it was still like direction came from the clients. But like most of the time, it would be like we need to relaunch, a whole new app, or we're rolling out new features to our Magento website. Blah blah blah. We're not picking colors. We're just taking their brand colors. Now we might work with like the marketing team or the brand team to like update and modernize the colors a little bit, but I mean the brand system's the brand system. We might make it work a little bit better. Make things look better and make it more modern or something like that. But I mean, it's not like we just got to be like, oh, your brand's purple and now we're gonna change it to this sweet seafoam green or something. You know what I mean? So yeah, but I think that's, there's definitely tools out there to help you pick colors. I think the point is it's easier than ever to do design work, but again, it comes down to the bespoke part of it. You'll always need developers, you'll always need designers, I think. Now, will you need a team of 500 developers and a team of 50 designers? No. Nope. Those days are done. I don't think, anyway. Finally done. All right, what are we doing? What do we do here? Implemented both pieces. What changed? Successful builder task completion now cleans up the task get state after merge. Reporter fallback is implemented. Reporter runs use the runtime model stored on report runs. If reporter fails or exits non-zero, ADE creates one fallback report you run using the workspace architect. MCP activity helper was renamed private. I don't know what that means. Just saw that you followed me. Thank you so much, Sir Elfman. I appreciate it. This is my first stream. Well, my first stream as this. I used to do like video game streaming like a year ago, 9 months ago. But just now getting back into streaming again. So appreciate the follow. You're follower number 1. I don't have any cool like screen overlays to celebrate. Sorry. Huzzah! That's about all you're gonna get. Okay, so verification, folks. Also marked. Okay, so that's implemented. Okay, what is next on the to-do list? I think one of the things I need to do the trust this folder flag. Retire needs human failure state. Okay. What's left there? Stop producing needs human for failure states. Merge conflicts should become failed and route through failure handling. Ask question status is blocked. That's correct. Ask question returns blocked status or returns blocked tasks to ready. Escalate to user should no longer set needs human. Should route through failed manual escalation. That's correct. Some of it is partially touching the current task cleanup work. Let's go. That's not how you spell let's. Yeah, Elfman, if you're still there, how is the audio and video? I'm trying through Restream this go around. Whenever I was doing like video game streaming, I was doing like multi-streaming to a second PC, second Windows machine, and that was working pretty well. But now I'm doing it obviously off of a Mac laptop, and so I don't know if Restream is really. I didn't do testing with 2 streams at once. It should be fine because it's just streaming to Restream and then it does it. But figuring out the like balance of bitrate to make both YouTube and Twitch and eventually X all happy, I'm questioning it still. So if you have any feedback on music versus voice and then also video quality, that'd be cool. Let me know. Appreciates it. I'll start the needs human retirement. Bro, you're telling me. This right here? Yeah. First, I'm checking the remaining references. So the build type target. Okay, so that should be. Yep. The sweep shows complete role work. Merge conflicts are already moved to failed. I'll take the builder lane here. Builder is working on the remaining state. Keep an eye on the janitor path. Cool. Hopefully it's working. Janitor now has the same shape as the other failure producers. Overrides failed. I think the janitor thing is built into the workflow inside of Claude or Codex. The workflow I made. The skills. I don't think it's part of the ADE. I think that's the whole point. So there's an MCP that runs everything, that does the communication between the agents. There used to be a conductor that was kind of like the architect, but it was hidden in the background and just was like an AI level, or added like AI. I don't even know if that's the right word to say, like AI thinking to the MCP versus the MCP just strictly being Python. And then I was like, that doesn't, like, why do I need that? Like, the architect itself, the visible agent, should be smart enough to give enough context plus the RAG system. So hopefully that doesn't come back and bite me, because I really don't want to have to add more agents in the background. Temp. That should tell us whether any descriptor or life cycle assumption should lean down the old state. Do that. I've got like this third vertical monitor over here. It's like, technically it's like my wife's monitor that she got from work, and some like 24-inch shitty 1080p Dell monitor. 1080p is such a small resolution, and I can't fit very many things on it. So like trying to figure out the best arrangement. I don't know, we'll see. Are you still running, bro? Is moving cleanly, still moving cleanly, okay. Red green pass. So the workflow, I need to like put the workflow link to the GitHub if anybody wants to use it. It goes through like an onboarding step, and it includes Graphify for its own RAG system, and then installs the memory hook or the commit hook, so it automatically updates. And then it also asks if you want to run a TDD skill from Matt something or other. What's that dude's name? He's really smart. I think he's British. Search Matt Pocock. This dude. So it's a skill from him called TDD, and does the whole like red green stuff. It seems to be pretty good for making tasks, and it works really well whenever the builder is not the one building the tests and doing the reviews. So if you have like a third agent involved, then it does a pretty good job. Yeah, and I'll before the next stream, I'll add that workflow GitHub or Git repo link to the description, so I'm not just talking about it and nobody knows what the hell I'm talking about, or can't see it. What are you still doing? You're giving me, you updated the MD file, the task file. Successful build completion. Okay. So why are you... The janitor is still running. Okay, janitor is part of the ADE project then. Got it. Could you do like side? What was the purpose of the janitor inside the MCP? Because I thought the janitor, maybe the conductor got replaced with the janitor, because we don't need the conductor, which was AI, and the janitor is Python. But not really inside. Okay. Agent processes and app windows are not guaranteed to exit politely. Okay. I think that, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so this is the builder now building its summary. It updated all of these things, updated the status MD file, architectural plan, and then that gets sent back to the advisor. Advisor then reviews everything. It's like a quasi light QA. Sometimes it'll actually spawn a QA. I don't really know when it, sometimes it'll spawn it and I don't really remember or know why it does it. I feel like Codex does it more than Claude ever did. I should probably check to see, is that part of my workflow? I don't remember it being, but that was also a while ago. GitHub. Advisor offers QA for logic bearing changes. Advisor converses with the user, plan task, writes the task, runs QA, never executes code. QA independently verifies builder output, runs test. Okay, so it is a thing. I've completely forgot about that then. Yeah, I also have like this YOLO mode. I don't think the YOLO mode works in Codex. So basically, because the way it's supposed to be is that like I have you can set up like a whole plan, and then it's supposed to just like walk through each one of the things. I can say, it'll be like, okay, next step, we're going to be doing X, Y, and Z. And I can say, cool. And then it goes, or I can just say YOLO, and then it'll just go through the whole process. It kind of seems like it's just doing YOLO mode permanently in Codex. In Claude, it was a lot better. It followed the rules a lot more. That's one thing that I've noticed, is Codex doesn't follow its agent.md file as well as Claude does. But I didn't really test the workflow in Codex. I kind of just switched everything over and then ran with it. I did the whole like Claude import thing, and that was about as much as I did. Okay, so finally done. What changed? Janitor, retry threshold, stale claims, no fail. Not needs human. Check. Those janitor failure routes through. Route failure, so babysit and YOLO behavior stays centralized. So babysit and YOLO, basically you could create like you could create like 100 tasks and turn on the loop, and it'll just chew through the loop until it comes to a problem. And then if it had a question for the user or something like that, it'll block that task and any dependencies that task may have on another task. So there's a task with like 5 dependencies, the other ones won't run either. They'll get blocked. And it'll alert the user, and then the user can answer the questions, and then it'll go forward. And then YOLO mode is the same thing, except it'll just ask the architect, which should have enough context, and should be the smarter model. And so you could have 100 tasks, set it to YOLO loop, and then go to bed, wake up, and it should finish everything. It's kind of like a goal, but the idea came out before /goal did, because I'm a trendsetter. They stole it from me. But there's also like a limit. So like you could, in YOLO mode, if I remember right, what the plan document says is that like you can customize how many times the architect tries to solve the problem, and if it hits that limit, it'll complete the rest of the loop minus that blocked or failed task and its dependencies, and then it should generate a report on everything else, and then that report will start with saying, oh, by the way, these things didn't finish. So that's the plan. Actually, we don't have the loop built into the app yet, so I haven't been able to test it. Anyway, current docs need longer lists. Current docs list needs human as a live task date. Legacy rows are still handled defensively, and a few. Coolio. Before we start optimization tasks, there was a trust to do item from earlier. Let's implement that to speed up manual testing. I need to do side. We need to need to add a to-do item for project onboarding that will set the permissions for all spawned agents This is the full access. What are these? Auto review default, full access, default permissions, auto review. Settings in Codex, and the equivalent ones for Claude. This onboarding should happen after they pick make a folder for the new project. But before the main view loads, etc. These settings would be stored in the per project DB. It's like a shit prompt. It's like a 6 out of 10 prompt. I don't know. Actually, I think it's better than this. It's like at least a 7. Yes, this is a project onboarding runtime permission setup to do. Separate from the trust prompt fix. When a user creates or opens an ADE project folder, should run a pre-daemon onboarding step before the main project view loads or the daemon starts. This step should project policy, not pain behavior. Pains and spawned agents should read the effective policy from the project DB runtime contract and launch consistently. This belongs before or alongside the broader project onboarding work, not buried in optimization. Correct. But it should only be presented on initial project creation. In the future, this will be a setting or modal that the user can adjust at any time. This onboarding process should also include the template roles and their assigned default models and vendor. Yeah, so that should help with that'll help with something. I don't know what my thought there was going to be. It'll help. It'll be cool. It'll definitely help with the smoke test. The whole, like, trusting the folder. Look, I've created the folder. I pointed the ADE at that folder. Yes, I trust that folder. Stop asking me. Runtime, role, and permission default. Run only during the project creation after the user chooses, creates the folder, and before daemon main for use starts. Onboarding should see the project DB with all of this. Future behavior. These choices should later be editable from a separate but related setup. Action would be importing skills from the user's global outside ADE, importing skills from the user's global model folders, since we locked down permissions earlier. Boom. Text global installed skills and from provider specific locations. Yes. Show available skills to the user. Let the user choose which skills to install into the project. Copy or register them into ADE's project level runtime scopes. Will lockdown agents can still use approved skills. Yeah, so this whole thing came up because you start a project in the ADE. You started it. There's the obvious like ADE wants permission to access your folder. That's obviously needed. Hopefully I can get rid of that kind of in the future. Maybe it should be. I think it's only happening because I rebuild versus it being a persistent thing. But because of that, then the agents were like trying to like go all over the place, and it was like ADE wants permission to view your Apple Music library. And I was like, what the fuck? No. So we locked it down. So now it can only see what's inside the project folder, but then that means it can't see the global installed skills, which is kind of a bummer, but also I feel like that's the better approach, honestly. I don't know. I feel like if you don't know, if you're like vibe coding and you don't know what you're doing, like me, having access to skills all the time, just like gets confusing and like probably a little dangerous. Yeah. And if I import the skills into the project, then I can have a drawer that basically opens up and we could see all of the installed skills. That'd be nice, especially ADE specific skills, because there will be certain ones like the memory system. So I can promote those, like not promote them from like a selling point of view, but like a promote, like, hey, this is part of the app. Use this stuff, yo. Okay, we're done. Codex scope config. Now trust the exact ADE project root in both daemon, headless, and visible Swift launches. Visible Claude launches now. Best effort C. Yeah, that looks right from what we investigated earlier. Runtime home. Remaining related future work is only the bigger Claude isolation skills UX stuff, not the trust prompt. Okay, how do I just launch the app and see if it prompts me for trust? Should be it, yeah. I don't know what else it would be. Yep, quick test, okay. To Codex and launch it. So let's take a picture of that. Allow. Boom. Okay, so this no longer asks for trust. This works. However, similar to the agent lockdown task from earlier, is it possible to get rid of this dialogue pop-up? Or is this just because the app is being launched for the first time after rebuilds, and it will remember in the future, in real use? I should probably like flip this because I know the chat is on that side of the screen. So I should do this. It might make more sense. Didn't even think about. See? Noob. And the camera's here, so we type here, more there versus over here. An idiot. That pop is macOS privacy TC. Short version, we can reduce when it appears, but we should not try to bypass it silently. Is under documents for text documents. If the app identity stays stable. We can later add proper security scope bookmarks for user selected external folders. Okie dokie. What's next? Next is the optimization sprint. Reduce idle health and notifications polling now that builder dispatch is event driven. This is the cleanest first optimization. Your logs are still noisy while idle. That they are. Progress activity polish, yes. Let's that's a lot of stuff. Not. I need to push this to origin soon. Created Kent. I'll pull concise context from ADE memory. So that's the custom RAG system. It's based on the Graphify skill, I guess is what it is. But I customized it a little bit so it's much more automatic and a little bit more slimline. Totally allowed to do that though because it was under the right license. Made a bad intermediate edit. Okay. Viewing the diff. I'm running the build myself. Like, what does this mean? How does it run it itself? Is it literally running? The build is clean, patch starts up, startup and moves on a fall back from every 5 up to 5 minutes, and it stops the notification refresh from rerunning readiness health checks. Okay. Do I have manage vaults just to create a new vault? ADE dev browse. Oh, so I need to do, is it Graphify for dev or is it ADE memory? Kelshi Trader. Is this a skill that I made in Claude? Maybe. Graphify. I think it's Obsidian. So there's the Graphify out. I think that means I need to dot Obsidian and also dot Graphify out. This stuff was added. So at one point I was having ADE make projects inside of the project folder, and that was just a giant clusterfuck. So that's what that stuff's for. I'll just leave it for now. Corpus is so large. Full repo, baby. Keep the repo source untouched and let the graph artifacts be the only output. Yeah, so this was a big part of it. Like whenever I forked Graphify for the RAG system, there's a whole bunch of stuff in here like they want you to use Kimi or set it up with another local model of some sort. And then it like prompts you, it's like, oh, by the way, the most interesting thing I found in this is blah 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 blah. It's like, that's not what I want. I don't want any of that crap. So I ripped all that out. And then like auto install the hook. The hook happens multiple times and that gets controlled through the MCP. So there's quite a few things that I did in the fork of Graphify. But you need to run parallel semantic extractions, or should I finish? Spin up the subs. It's been a while since I ran the basic Graphify stuff on this project. And I don't even know if I ever ran the Obsidian upgrade piece. So the Graphify thing, it does this AST, where's it at? AST only, which is token free. And so in the ADE app, by default, it runs AST every single time a work tree is closed out. Anytime anytime a work tree is closed out, and then I think it runs one final time whenever a work stream branch is then closed out, to capture all the stuff that like the QA and testing did. Select through the remaining chunks as each worker finishes, keeping the pipeline moving without tripping the limit. Cool beans. I think there's a way to increase this, but I don't know. Unclear. So, what can we do while we wait? Generate a website with separate HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files as separate tasks. The goal is to make a website that has a blue background and a bouncing hello world headline. This should be 3 separate tasks. Confirm it will be one work stream before creating them. Confirm this will be one work stream creating 3 separate tasks: HTML, file structure, CSS, or blueprint. Headline styling, JavaScript for the bouncing hello world headline. Once you confirm, I'll create 3 tasks under the same work tree. Confirm. That's not confirm, but close enough. So, the workspace ID was not exposed in the shell environment, so I'm checking the local ID. So these should be... Builder exited. The task is complete. I mean, it's one. So this should be. Okay. Interesting. Where's my report? There's always been this problem with reports. Oh, I bet it's because it's still stuck on Claude. Yeah. Zeno. Oh, report finally came. I guess. Oh, so it failed and then it went back to runtime. Sonic completed. That's weird. Failure. Reporter exited with code 1 without calling submit workstream. I mean, I guess this is kind of a good test. Test for. Yeah, so this is the YOLO thing. Decisions made by architect YOLO, none found because there was none needed. Colaspo1, sup, bro? What is up, bro? Just over here vibing. Come on. Oh shit, we got the DVD thing? This is not what I expected, but this is so much better. Holy shit, clip it. Clip it. As for a bouncing hello world, and it gives me the DVD. Not even mad. That's fantastic. That's the best thing I've seen all week. I think it's time to launch the product. What are you looking at? So I'm building an ADE system app. So basically it's a way for agents to talk to each other, to spread the workload out. Right now it's only 2 agents. So we have an architect that plans everything, and then we have a builder. The architect keeps full context of everything, and then the builder just builds whatever the architect tells it to. But the thing is that it can be like a Codex architect and a Claude builder. And then I could have like an Hermes. agent that then runs and does like QA or something like that. So you could have all kinds of stuff. So yeah, that's what we're building. Yes, everything right now is all local, besides obviously like the AI models. But there's no reason that it couldn't be local. Like entirely local. Everything gets stored on a local database, then there's a projection system that then creates MD files for context with a memory system. And then the agents build, or they pull from that projection memory system for token optimization and, you know, truthfulness, accuracy, all that kind of stuff. But anyway, so I just gave the task to the architect to build me a bouncing hello world, and it generated old school DVD screensaver. So we may have reached AGI. How did it know that that's actually what I wanted? Like, that's amazing. I need to like not delete this test project just to keep this, because that's glorious. Okay, so there was a problem though. Okay, you're still fucking around. So so the reason this whole thing started is basically I created a workflow in Claude, and now I have it kind of like 80% working in Codex. That's just like skills and stuff, where there's an advisor agent, this one on the left, and then it sends it to builders. So it sends, I have the advisor writes the prompts to Codex Spark. I was using 4.7, and then it would send it to a Haiku agent. So it writes the prompts, and then it just goes from there. But so now I switched over to Codex, and so that's where the whole idea came from. Is, you know, agents don't like check their own work. What is Codex? Something provided by Claude? I'm new to this. So no. So Claude is the. I mean, I'm a designer. I don't understand all this technical jargon, but basically, it's like. So Claude is by Anthropic, you know, kind of like X and Grok, if you will, or like OpenAI and ChatGPT. And Codex is the app from OpenAI, and then you run GPT, you know, 5.5 or 5.4 or whatever. But so then the ADE just allows it to do cross vendor. Eventually, it's actually written in a way to where eventually we'll be able to, you could have like, say, you could have like 5 Mac Minis, all with, you know, 5 different local models, and then it would be able to run it off of those 5 machines, and they'd all talk to each other. It's built to accept it, or it's built to have that in mind while it's being built. But that'll be the idea, is that you could run it 100% completely local. What are my specs? Like my setup now? I mean, none of this is, the models are all, you know, cloud-based. But I mean, my specs it's just a M3 MacBook Pro. I'm not actually doing anything. There are no local models currently being utilized. Correct. Yeah, so like I have a monthly subscription to Codex to ChatGPT, and then I just use their system. You can have one to Claude, you can have one to both. I did have one to both for a little bit, and then I canceled Claude because it was getting really slow and making a lot of mistakes. Switched over to Codex. It's the new hotness right now. Give it a month and I'll probably switch back to Claude. Who knows? Do I prefer one over the other? I feel like when Opus 4.7 first came out, you know, it was the bee's knees. And then it just got dumber and dumber and slower and slower. And then 5.5 came out, and so I started working on it, and it's not as fast as I would like it to be, but I feel like it's pretty uh it's much more accurate. I don't think it's making as many errors. The best way to do it though would be to have Codex do one part and Claude do the other, and then they're checking each other's work, which is the whole point of the ADE app that I'm building, essentially. But that costs money, so it's like the space race but more retarded. I mean, I guess so. I think there's only really one brand that's doing anything worthwhile right now, but yeah. Do my thing. Will do. How do I feel about people who are anti-AI? I feel like if you're anti-AI, you're probably going to be permanently underclass. You have a friend who thinks people are going to just be attacking the data centers? Oh, 100%. I definitely think people will be doing that. I think it's a ridiculous thing to do it, but I definitely think people are going to be doing it. You can already see it, like congressmen and senators saying that we have to like regulate data centers being built. I don't agree with like the locations that they're building these data centers, but attacking them, yeah. Yes, they are definitely already attacking verbally. But I would not be surprised if a whole bunch of hippies start attacking them physically. 100%. But hey, data centers in space, can't attack them. Good luck with that. Do I do any AI video generation? Yes and no. I've been toying with this music generator, which basically makes those like tune in and listen to a YouTube video that's like 2 hours long, and it generates a small like looping video, but that's about it. Build the data centers on Mars. Hey man, if we can get to Mars and have the capability of building data centers there, I'm all for it. I don't know. It doesn't have a thick atmosphere, if any atmosphere. It does have an atmosphere, but it's not as thick as Earth, so I don't know if there's as much light. But it's further away than Earth, so I don't know if it gets as much light from a solar point of view, like solar power. I don't know. I'm not that smart. Keep getting crazier and crazier. True that. Get on board or get ran over, basically, is what's happening. %. I'm definitely since I come from like a creative background, I still have trouble like seeing how AI can do creative work accurately and decent. It's getting there. I was talking with someone else earlier in the chat, and we were talking about how if there's still a need for designers, and I think there's still a need for designers, as I think there's still a need for developers, but there's definitely not a need for 1,000 developers and a team of 200 designers. I don't think that's needed anymore. If you want bespoke stuff, like if Toyota came to you and said, "Hey, build me an app," you wouldn't throw that to AI. You'd give it to a team of designers. They would do the design work. They might give it to AI to automate some of the grunt work. But you would still, as of today, you'd still build it out manually, I think. Thread limit tripped for chunk 16. One closed worker is still releasing. I'll wait for the active pair to finish and then restart chunk 16. Okie dokie. Closed Chandaraska. Yeah, so right now we're building our memory vault in Obsidian off of the development repo for the app. Did I screenshot that? What did I screenshot? Right. Okay. But yeah, in the future we'll see. In the future, I mean, it was like when Elon was on Joe Rogan's podcast last, he was talking about like how he won't build a smartphone because you could just have a device that just has AI do whatever you want it to do at that moment in time. Like you won't need apps specifically. You'll just prompt it to do what you want it to do and be done. So it's like, does it, at that point, do you need developers and designers building out stuff for your brand, or is it just like it's literally everything is personalized to the user? Because what's actually a better experience, like having a branded experience of what you want the users to interact with, or having an experience that is based on the user themselves? Yeah, most people are still using it just as a chatbot, 100%. I saw something like a week or two ago. It was like 1% of 1% of the population has even used AI, let alone are working with it. I think at this point, most people are just using it for like AI slop on LinkedIn or like check my grammar. Full show. How many chunks are there? I think it said like 27 chunks. Should have did this off stream. Yeah, it's chewing through 602 words to build out the wikis and building the graph and all that kind of stuff. 17 to 27, so we're halfway there. Side chat. I gave the architect a prompt to make 3 tasks belonging to 1 work stream. A, it did that. Cool. B. Why did I take the screenshot? It came back. While it was working, it had some weird lines in the in progress builder pane. Check screenshot. Future note. Future to do. Idea. When it started building, it only showed 1 task. The main prompt to build 3 tasks. Once completed, it then shows all 3 tasks individually under the Kanban board. What did the report look like? Report looked fine. I'm gonna make this as DC. The report came back after all 3 tasks were complete. However, I'm not check if the reporter fallback went to if the reporter fallback role happened, the default is still set to Claude. We should, after confirming the fallback happened, update the defaults to all Codex, make reporter Spark. It's like a 4 out of 10 prompt. Like, that's pretty garbage, if I do say so myself. Gibbs. Mostly behavioral contracts around task lifecycle. Projector vault, pull up MCV tool surfaces, config routing, artifact. Sure, okay, sounds good, Gibbs. Stop. Don't do any work yet. Just letting you know once Graphify is complete. Yeah, terrible prompt right there, but got it. I'll stand down. What else can we do? So, God, that bouncing world thing was awesome. Another in regards to the single task versus multiple ones in the done column. Tasks grouped by the work streams should let's see, how do I want to say that? I really need to get like Whisperflow or the other one, but I don't want to pay it even more money for more subscriptions. No, I don't want to talk to Siri. Just let me. For the single workstream task under building versus the multiple tasks under the done column in the Kanban, we need to keep it to where once tasks are in the done column, they need to be collapsed underneath a single task or work stream container that when clicked can expand to show all of the tasks that are assigned to that work stream. This can be a future task item. Just put it on the to-do list. beautifully done. '21 to 27. Starting implementation. What does this file have? What's okay? What's built? 1 through 4. Phase 4.5. Yep. Phase 5. Dog fooding. Tool servicing. Current focus. Dispatch model V3. That's incorrect. What's next? Phase 5. Max shell. Prompt holistic pre. So I don't think this is the right one, but I can always just recall it later. Really didn't think it was going to take this long. To do. To add to the previous task, the individual tasks that belong to the work stream should have task specific titles and summaries versus all being the title of the work stream. That doesn't work half bad. Can I change that hotkey? Toggle voice mode start or stop voice mode. Sure. Pushing the button. Click to dictate or hold F19. Bullshit. A separate task for the Kanban board is that there should be the option to click on a work stream, and that should launch the report that is attached to it versus going through the notification drawer, because I could have cleared out the notification and want to come back to it later. Chunk 22, starting chunk 24. Franklin. Okay, noted. Do not do Graphify updates on stream. I don't know how long this thing is taking, but it's 35 minutes. Holy crap. This is a bad idea. But it's going to be a pretty sweet graph whenever it's done. This auto filtering is maximum filtering. Holy crap. Let's just do that. We're all adults here. Yeah. Cool. 25, 27. Okay. What other things? This will be the good thing about the future state of this thing is I'll be able to have multiple architects rolling at the same time, and we wouldn't be like just sitting here paused. Although for this, it's probably best to not have stuff running because it's indexing all the files. So yeah. Didn't mean for half the stream to be this. Starting the final chunk. Ooh, and the Tesla worker is Tesla. I approve. Yes, I'm a Tesla fanboy. Code only slicer. So if all goes well, this thing should like blow up. It's really holding on. It's like, this is the last one. We're gonna take fucking forever to do it. I really need to get through the optimizations first to make this thing snappier before we start building out the UI. The first part of the UI is going to be adding work streams or workspaces and multi-project. Gravified chunk. What is this? It's a lot of time for 32 kilobytes. Closed Haley? I don't know. Oh. It's close. This is the last piece that feeds into the graph. So that's gonna be boom, 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 boom. Holy shit buckets, come on. Like, can I nudge you? What is it? Is it merging it? Once it finishes, and it's not even merging it. Once it finishes, I'll validate all fragments together, merge AST plus semantics, then generate the report HTML and Obsidian Vault. So it's not even doing that yet. It's still just holy bejeez. Got it. Bad idea. I wonder if I could point. I guess I could just start a new session. And then leave this running. I could either start a new session and leave this running, or I could point this. I don't want to open a project. I don't want to make the dev folder a project yet. That's asking for trouble. What happens if I tell me about the app you are running in? Does it even know? It is a local agent workspace I'm running inside. This is a session. I'm acting as the architect. I'll talk with you, turn your request into scope, task, and dispatch them to builder agents on code or content. So it only knows about the project. It doesn't know that it's inside of an app, which is good. Discuss Codex. Why did you go with the old school DVD screensaver bounce? That's an interesting choice. Closing the last worker, then merging and building the graph outputs. Thank fucking God. It came from the task split rather than a deeper product decision. The workstream asked for a simple static page with a visible hello world, blue background, JavaScript animation. The implemented animation was classic edge bound. Because it is dependency free, easy to verify, and fits cleanly into. It's also a good hello world animation, mechanically bounded motion, resize. I mean, it's not wrong. It is not wrong. Semantic merge looks healthy. 1,358 semantic nodes. Edges on top of the AST graph. Now I'm caching, merging with the AST graph, and merging the analyzed graph. Semantic edges on top of the AST graph. Saying, I wonder how much usage this one task is going to be. Boom, 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 boom. Obsidian export is running. Because the graph is over 5,000, we'll make the HTML as an aggregated community view while keeping full node detail in the Obsidian vault. Okie dokie. Did it. Okay, so this is the HTML. What is that? Like, are these all the shell items? Graph complete. God nodes. Okay, so where's the... Why did it not? Shouldn't this have... Why did this not do it? Okay, so that's... I mean, the system knows. It has everything. It's got the Graphify stuff. That's all that it really matters. And the Graphify has wiki stuff. The Obsidian thing is more for just being pretty. Okay. Back on task. Okay, so while you were working, a side conversation was had on some tasks. Check the status.md file. Check collapse completed campaigns under expanded. Update status and then move on to collapse completed Kanban. Okay, so back to actually being productive. Agent-driven conflict resolution. Future recovery flow for FF merge conflicts failed. created Play-Doh. Okay, what are you saying? Your own good. Swift Kanban only, likely Kanban Swift, blah, blah, blah. Collapse completed, done column. Tasks are under expandable workstream containers. Only group done tasks do not change. Active queue building failed columns. Child task rows must keep their task specific titles. When expanded, do not replace cards with repeated workstream. Keep tasks specific title summaries instead of repeating workstream titles. Yes. I have a feeling it's going to come back, and if it works, then it'll have everything as a work stream, a collapsed work stream, and then it'll just be one task underneath it. So I'll probably have to go back and specify that piece. Special easy workstream. Compacting context. Okay, I do miss the 1 million context from Claude. I felt like it lasted forever, even whenever I would manually clear at 50%. You're running QA. So that means the code should be done then, yeah. Okay, so it was smart enough to know that this is a one thing, so it didn't do that. But then it does that. Each task, though, still has done only, collapsed by shared workstream, child cards unchanged. The gap is the data contracts. I'm checking the endpoint and says draw UID. Okay, so let's talk about this. It's got the little 3 here. I like that. That's cool. That's cool. So I think that that's something in the architect to MCP path that tasks need to be builder's done. Let's go run it again. Codex fat fingered the path. Ambiguous in the database. That's the area in the past. Mean a specific failure back to the builder. Qualification plus rerun. Yeah. This is why I like the multi-agent stuff. Because it just goes back and forth. Whenever I originally built it, I was having to do like, what I was actually doing was just taking I would send it to a sub-agent, and then I would have the sub-agent do the work, and then it would give its response, and then I would just take a screenshot of its response and then paste it back to the advisor in a different session and be like, this is what it said. It actually worked out pretty well. Because actually, excuse me, I had a rule that the advisor could not go and look at the code. Because it was actually in a different project. I had like one project folder for the advisor with all of its like knowledge and stuff, and then I had the project folder for the project itself. And so I would not allow the advisor to go and inspect the code. And so basically I treated it as if it was like a human that doesn't know how to code. And it was just really smart. And it fixed half the problem. It fixed 98% of the problems doing it that way. And I feel like it made the prompts that it gives be extremely specific. The only thing that it knew from the code was whatever was given back to from the builder or what it had in context already. That was the premise of the whole thing. It worked out pretty well, I think. I felt like it was also pretty like token efficient. I don't know how many tokens analyzing a screenshot takes versus me typing out a response, but I don't know. I think it worked pretty well. Nothing dramatic, just letting the suite finish its lab before I hand you the done. Okay, so that means it should be runnable. Can ban. Bouncing hello world. Okay. Sweet. Okay, so I think this is mostly correct. See screen shot 1. Screenshot 2 shows the open state. I'm not too worried about the UI because this is all throwaway. It's basically just getting the furniture in the room. Screenshot 2 shows the open state of the work stream. As you can see, each task still has identical titles. Is that because they are identical in the DB? Is this something that the needs updating, or is it the MCP's task? So it looks like the title for the task cards are the entire prompt. They should A, summarize what they are doing, and B, be no longer than, say, 60 characters, and then get cut off with ... That should help that whole experience. Task description. Screenshot the duplicate child titles are almost certainly because the architect created tasks 3 through 5 with the same description values, and the DB is faithfully repeating what was given. The right fix is two-layered UI should never let alone from. All right, Play-Doh. Checking the MCP descriptor test style to add a minimal. Make it unique and task specific. Okay. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Come on. Fire alarm. I think the wife is burning the house down. That's cool. Okay, that's fixed. That one needs to be... We'll deal with that later. One last polish correction. The Swift helper collapsed plus blah blah blah. User specified for ... and your default repo edit should stay ASCII unless there's no reason not to. Oh. Tasker, you damn right I read it right. I'm a genius. UI guardrail, blah blah blah. Architect guidance. One notice, existing old tasks still have repeated DB descriptions, but the UI will now truncate them. Future tasks should be better if the architect follows the updated MCP guidance. Okay, so we'll test that real quick. Beautiful. Even better. Okay, so now we'll repeat this. Make 3 individual tasks, each that create an MD file that contain the birthdays of the last 3 presidents. That creates an MD file that contains the birthdays of the last 3 presidents. I don't know if that's going to put all 3 in each one, but we'll see. And we'll also see if it does the individual or if it creates tasks. So that's correct. Because I only have 1 builder, so it can only build 1 at a time. Boom, boom, boom. Created an MD file that contains the birthday of Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Donald Trump. Cool. And then we should wait for the report to come in. Please don't be broken again. There it is. Report. Prompted creation, blah, 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 blah. Task 8, 7, and 6. Easy peasy. That was perfect. Okay. That worked perfect. And the individual tasks versus grouped work stream when complete worked perfect. Perfect as well. GG. Some motivation for old Codex. Hey, GG, that was a good QA cache grouping with structural area, but the card title contract needed the extra polish. Current state: completed work streams collapsed cleanly. Child tasks stay accessible and card titles are now short enough to scan instead of turning the Kanban wall into a prompt text. Yeah, buddy. Okay. So there was another task for adding a icon link that would launch the report that belongs to the work stream. Implement that now. So now the interesting thing will be if it still works after I clear them out of the notification. So I'm going to go ahead and clear out hello world and see if we can do that still. Boom, boom, boom. What is this? I don't know what the builder's supposed to be doing. I guess because that's the last person that touched it. But then that means it'll always be the same, so it's not really needed. Sure. Find how reports are represented in the daemon task data. Expose it just enough metadata to the Kanban workstream container and add a small icon button that opens the matching report without turning this into a broader Kanban redesign. You got it, buddy. So I didn't actually get to any optimizations. I guess we cleaned up some of the heartbeat and health check logs. We did that, so it's not as messy now. Whoop, almost spilled my drink. So that's nice. We didn't do any real optimizations as far as making it faster. The next task item I want to do is the notifications alert. The red circle with a circle. Should update once a report has been read, similar to read unread email notifications. This means we should also add the icon of the individual reports, currently blue, be lit up when unread and not blue when read. Also want to confirm that closing the X, clicking we'll do a follow-up on the failed stuff. On a report, doesn't remove the report from the system, just removes it from the UI drawer. All of this should also be similar for failed notifications, except red versus blue. On unread. Okay, so that it's just in QA. We can relaunch this and see where it's at. I really need to just put a button on that welcome page. Kanban. Okay, so I got rid of the hello world. Perfect. It's kind of weird that that expands. Like, it's not growing in size, is it? I don't know. That's weird. So that works, and it pulls up ones that I've already cleared out, so that's good. Workstream, report link, path end to end with a small scope, add one stable artifact. Optional report icon only on group done headers. I mean, this looks good. Why are you still working, bro? Come on, Play-Doh. And the preview window in Restream's dashboard looks like it freezes. I really hope that that's not what's going on in the stream itself. I'm gonna feel like an idiot. I don't know why it would be stuttering. Focus demon tester green. Is it Damon? Is it demon? I don't know. I read it and I just want to say Damon. Isn't that how it's like spelled in Game of Thrones or whatever? Damon? I don't know. I'm a designer, not a developer. Why is this one thing taking so long? Demon coverage is green. I'll pass the requested macOS Swift build now to confirm Kanban report link changes still compile. They compile, bro. I checked. Builder finished the implementation and reports passing Daemon Xcode build. I'm doing the review pass now. Checking diff for data shape. Instead of creating a second report UX. Yeah, that's correct. A report creation is an SSE event. A task store currently only reacts to task activity events, so I'm going to have the builder add that live refresh so the report icon appears when a report finishes, not only after reloading the project. Ah, clever girl. I like that. That's a good call out. Good job, advisor. Swift only change scope. Good. Live report is now covered. Task store, blah, blah, blah. So the icon can show up as the report completes. I'm doing the last local diff test. Excelente. Muy bueno. That's all the Spanish I know. Breaking news. GitHub was hacked. The internal repository has been breached. Hacker group claims to have this data, including 4,000 private repositories, and is offering to sell it for a minimum of 50,000 or highest bidder. Bro, you broke into GitHub, you're fucked. And you're only asking 50K? That model makes sense. Keep reports failures durable. Treat the drawer as an inbox and separate read from dismissed. I'll first confirm the current X behavior is the current X behavior in code. Oh, closing. Yeah. And then I'll hand the read unread notification badge icon state task to the builder with the smallest contract changes. Woo. Which only says dismissed at on the notification row. It does not delete the report artifact. Green check mark. Over failure artifact. So yes, X removes it from the drawer UI, not from the system of record. Excellent. Good news. For the new behavior, I'm going to model this as read at on notifications, badge count become unread, visible notifications, opening report. Bright blue, red only while unread. Okay, so what's it gonna, is it just gonna make it gray? Drawer icon color for reports use blue if unread, else secondary for failures, red if else unread, existing. Okay, so what is secondary? I'll add it and then finish the UI. Color, open behavior. Just removing the whole file? Okay, bud. That sounds drastic. Focused demon dust. Now pass. Capture diff check. Okay. Well, you're in QA, so I'm going to run you now and I'm going to look because I'm impatient. Show me this secondary color. Open existing. Gray. Excellent. What happens if I... Okay, so then... If I open this, that goes down. That's correct. A few things. The read unread notification number is working well. There is a 0 on the same line as the text notifications. It should say 0 out of 2. It should say, because there are 0 unread and 2 total notifications in the drawer. Removing a notif by clicking X or a new item coming in should update that number as well. Also, with the grouping of the read report icon for work streams works. However, task number number 2 and number 1 are work streams with just one task and show up. I'd say they show up fine. They show up correct. Because they are work streams. Just one task. Because they are only one task, I think that they do show up correctly as a container like they are in the screenshot. However, they still need to have the report icon like work streams have when there are multiple tasks underneath their accordion. Technically speaking, work streams with multiple tasks inside them should also look like tasks with or without. We're gonna technically speaking, work streams with multiple tasks and then work streams with multiple tasks should also look like number 2 and number 1, but be able to open and show the grouped tasks under them. Questions? Blockers and oh, I thought it was like telling me these were blockers. That was a very difficult prompt to do. Like on a scale of 1 to 50, that was like a 7. So I was really struggle bust that one. Implemented. Marks it as red, dims its icon, blah, blah, blah. Opening failure marks it as red. Opening failure marks it as red, dims its icon from red to secondary, and decrements the badge. Sounds dirty. Clicking X still only dismisses or removes the drawer row. It does not delete the report, failure, task state, artifact, blah, 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 blah. Good job, Claude. Codex. Codex. Every completed workstream as a workstream row with the report affordance, whether it has one task or many. For multi-task workstreams, that row can expand to reveal child tasks. For single workstreams, it can stay compact but still carry the report icon. Boom. Oh god, we're back to Play-Doh. Fuck. Play-Doh was slow as shit last time. Okay, so we can quit you. I'm glad that it doesn't like break if it's running while it starts editing files. That would suck. I think once we do this, I'm gonna do the welcome screen or the I guess it'd be called a welcome screen. Enhancement, so I don't have to go into the Finder each time. And then I want to do the... I think there was a task to do the permissions. I don't remember if we implemented that or we just made the to-do. Header is now unread total, done column, implemented, man. Plato did it fast this time. Yeah, I want to replace this. Or enhance it, I should say. Foo.md, create md file. So I guess foo didn't have it because that was a test. .02. So if I do that, boom, that gets rid of that. Sweet. Oop. These icons need some like padding. This looks 90%, but the two work streams that have multiple tasks to them should also be in the container, like the bottom two. The swap out the on the bottom two, remove the one, since we know it is only one because it can't be expanded. I mean, that's just a visual thing, and this doesn't matter. This is all throwaway UI, so yeah, that doesn't really matter. But boom, 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 boom. Oh, and this doesn't matter. It's all throwaway, so this is fine. Good enough for now. Okay, so we want to do Xcode next task is I want to change the welcome screen to be like Xcode. See screenshot. The open recent files should, recent projects should be limited to 5. And then, what did this have? Doesn't have. Don't implement the clone git functionality, but add it to the to-do list for later. Love it. I'll make this focus shell UI task. Okay, so deliberately stop persisting the active project after the deletion guard work. I'm going to reintroduce persistence only as a bounded recent project list. The startup still stays clean and explicit. I'm adding a small task record and deferred note for clone git. I wonder how it's going to do. How's it going to track recent projects? Is it going to add it to like the global DB? Implement the Swift shell side only. You're not alone in the goal. Replace the current simple welcome empty state with an Xcode style welcome screen like the user screenshot. Startup must. Doesn't pass the screenshot, so that's kind of weird. Startup must still show the welcome screen and must not auto connect on the last project. Add an open recent projects list on the welcome screen, capped at 5 projects. That was fast. Wonder, did you actually see the screenshot, or did the advisor's message just mention it? I'm gonna let it. Ooh, the advisor is tightening it. Okay, yeah, that sucks. But that brings up a good point of how can I pass along screenshots from agent to agent? It's like if I do that, the agent needs to the architect needs to save it to a temp folder and then ooh, yeah, this is where it's gonna get tricky. I never thought about that. Also change the missing recent project file. Oh, that's good. Also change missing recent projects to fall out of the list when clicked instead of being re-remembered at the top. Tiny thing, but it matches the don't connect to missing projects principle we just hardened. Overload knit in my pass. Excuse me? The first rebuild called a Swift UI overload knit in my pass. So I'm correcting that and rerunning tiny compiler. Knit in my pass. I don't know what that means. I wish I could ran 2 commands. Okay. Open recent projects. Open. Allow. Okay, so let's cancel, stop, play. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's a lot better than having to go through the Finder every time. Good enough for now. This is not optimizations, but this is a big thing. Okay. Big question. Big question. Let's talk through it. If the user pastes a screenshot or drags it into the architect and it's going from agent to agent, especially cross vendor, so like Codex to Claude, how will the agents be able to view that screenshot? Right now, I believe the agents are only describing what they want. The architect is only describing what it wants done based on how it sees the screenshot, but the other agents can't view it. What are your thoughts? My thoughts are that maybe we should save that screenshot as a temporary artifact, and then the architect needs to reference the location of that temporary artifact so that the other agents can view it and compare against it. And then once a work stream is complete, the temporary artifact then gets deleted. That's my thoughts. What are yours? On a scale of 1 to 37, that was like a 12. Let's see what his thoughts are. That is the right kind of question to slow down for. He agrees with my instinct because I'm a fucking genius. If the screenshot matters to the work, it needs to become daemon-owned shared context, not just prose to the architect spec. My preferred design would be user drops paste image into architect. Swift uploads it to the daemon as an input asset artifact. Daemon stores the original file under project, probably something like, or before workstream exists. Daemon creates metadata and writes the spec, but also includes explicit references. Okay. Receives that asset path in the task payload context bundle and can expect the actual image using its runtime supports. That last part is the key. Cross-vendor transfer should not depend on one agent's visual summary. Made runtime rollable. The retention question is the only place I tweak your idea slightly. I would not always delete immediately. I'd use 2 buckets. Temporarily input asset can be cleaned up after work stream completion. Promoted durable. If the report, final work QA, or task history needs to explain we built against the screenshot, keep it as an artifact with provenance. I've literally never needed the screenshot again. This all sounds gravy, but I don't think we need to do any promoting of durable artifacts. I've never needed to do that before. If something like that was that important, then I would just keep the screenshot locally and outside of the project. We need to make sure that whenever the temporary input asset is deleted, it needs to be only done whenever the entire workflow is marked done, including the report being delivered. If there's any failures in the workflow, then it should not be deleted so that it can be referenced whenever the task is retried. Did it really not? Okay, I was like, motherfucker. I need to make like a, I want to make like a tool that captures to-dos that don't have anything to do with the current project. It's just ideas that I come up with on stream. And then one of those items will be to ask the advisor or architect to rate my prompt. That should trigger like a Python script or something that then injects into it. Maybe it creates a poll for the stream, and then everyone can put in their advice on how bad it was. Might be a thing. Like boost stream engagement. I like it. Yep, that's cleaner. No promotion layer for now. Keep it temporary, but tie deletion to the real end of the workflow, no, not task completion. I'd revise the rule to temporary daemon-owned input asset. That just sounds metal. Is linked to the workstream, not just one task. Every downstream agent gets the asset path ID and its context. It stays available through retries, failures. Yes, it is deleted only after the workstream reaches a terminal successful state. The report has been delivered. Asset stays. If the user manually deletes, abandons the workstream, then cleanup can happen as part of the explicit abandonment path. Send it. Just takes a really long time. You couldn't capture that. Send. I can't type it either, so I guess it's not that bad. I'm gonna make this a real task, but scope it carefully. Is not full drag and drop UI everywhere yet. It's the daemon contract and prompt plumbing, so screenshots can be saved, reference retained. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Is I was gonna see. Okay, so right now, options, save to. I really wish you could do both or multiple. Save to desktop. Let's say it's that. So right now I can't drop into. What about if I switch to Claude? Oh no. Okay, so I can do. In Claude I can do Command V. Codex I cannot. One thing I'm realizing is I can control into Claude's architect prompt, but cannot with Codex. Inside ADE. However, I cannot drag the image into the prompt at all for either models. So right now there is no ability to add screen to drag and I'll do you as a steer. Problem is I don't have Claude anymore, so I can't even test if Claude's thing works. I guess I can test the drag and drop. I just can't actually send a message with Claude. DB back temporary input as that model. A daemon upload register endpoint or tool surface that stores user provided bytes, records metadata, and returns data. So I'd have to do the test with Codex, but I don't have a way to get images into Codex until this second prompt goes through. That's less than ideal. Need to find some better playlists. Focus tests are all green. So that means something is done. We'll review the implementation when it comes back and make sure it doesn't smuggle in a durable artifact concept. How? Is there a way to apply CSS timings to New DOM items, elements. As they are added to. I don't want JavaScript, I only want CSS. The most robust pure CSS solution is to use keyframes instead of transitions, unlike which require a state change to trigger. Keyframe animations begin automatically when the element is added to the DOM. You must set the animation fill mode forwards to ensure. Okay. I think I'm gonna update the CSS for the chat. Some messages stay on screen for like 60 seconds at a time. I think that's something. I'll move that over. Do that. I really wish you would like respond to this. I want you to know what you're doing. I'll run the full demon suite. Like that's pretty metal. Will you give me your thoughts on this fucking thing? Come on. Paste a screenshot, drag it into the architect, and it's like going from agent. Yeah, so that's still the old one. Give me. I really want to get to dog fooding with this. I don't know if that's the correct way of saying it. Sounds dirty. I really want to get to the point where I can use this to build it, because then I can just say, give me six builders. Once ADE has the image, every agent can say it problem, but it does not solve the how does ADE capture the image in the first place problem. I'm going to review the daemon side work that just came back, and then the next cast should be Swift ingestion path that is independent of Claude Codex terminal paste behavior. Ooh. Yes. So it'll be baked into the UI, I guess. How is that gonna? Maybe it can go from shell to MCP and then be included in the next prompt that goes through. That means the missing piece is not a model capability. It is an ADE's own attachment capture. We should not depend on terminal paste at all. ADE needs an app level attached paste drop. Blah, 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 blah. And inserts a clear asset reference into the architect conversation. I don't know how we're going to do that, but okay. Paperclip, paste image path, and drag and drop target handle by ADE, not by terminal emulator. The app uploads the bytes to the daemon, then inserts a plaintext asset reference into the architect session, so both Claude and Codex can use the same. Okay. I don't know how we're gonna nudge the architect, because the problem is you can't just send it. You can't send a prompt from model to model through the MCP. What actually happens is the architect creates the prompt, sends it to MCP, and then the MCP spawns a agent with that prompt in tow, like as one unit. You can't send a message to an agent that's already spawned. Or at least Grok, Claude, and Codex have no answers for that. The closest thing was like there was you could basically have it like, I guess that might be how it works. There was an option to where I could do it direct from agent to agent, and it would basically just put the prompt from architect into the clipboard, and then it would paste the prompt into the input field of the already spawned agent, and that's garbage. That'll just lead to people pasting the wrong thing or forgetting to hit enter. But I wonder if it could use that kind of the same way that Claude does, where it just puts like an image reference. That would look successful to the user, while Codex Claude never actually receives the input. Let's see what it actually trying to do. I'm just curious. Because I wonder if you could do that and it would just know to go read that reference. That wasn't a thing. What did it do? Did it do anything? Upgrade notes. I know what that is. For trees vault upgrade. There's none of this. The review correction is in and build pass. I'm doing one final pass over the exact helper and task docs. Okay. Oh, there were too many little icons I saw. God, that is helpful. Architect. So that makes it from the Finder. No image on clipboard. Okay. We now have the missing ADE site ingestion path too. What landed? Demon stores temporary emphasis in post input assets. Independent of Claude Codex terminal behavior. After upload, ADE sends the asset reference into the architect with the exact. So when I drag into Architects panel, I see the blue outline, but I don't see any kind of reference to an image in the prompt line or anything that tells me that it was attached. When I check the current projects folders, I'm not seeing input assets. Is it somewhere else? Somewhere else. Come on now. That symptom means the drop target is lighting up, but the upload path probably is not actually getting a usable file URL. Should be under the active project at. Even that parser misses a common macOS representation where the file URL arise. Does not handle dragged image data directly. I'm going to have builder fix the ingestion path. Okay, bud. I'm kind of a genius for thinking of that, because that could have been a real clusterfuck. All right, let's see this. ADE asset uploaded. Unlinked. Okay, but how do I, what if I don't want? Let's do. That is kind of poopy. Replace. We need to. Do not describe the image in your prompt to the builder. Just ask the builder to describe what it sees when it looks at the image. Now we'll actually see if this whole transferring thing works. Don't see any local image file. Blah, 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 blah. I found the linked input. I said, how can I? Is it showing me what it sees in ASCII? I mean, that's pretty metal. Import numpy. I have the image dimension and pixel stats now. I'll do a compact color structure pass. Okay, so then the task will be that it needs to delete that image once it's done. Dude, this is wild. So it took I passed an image in, asked it to just tell the builder where the image is located, and then have the builder describe it. The builder then sees it and then spits it out as ASCII code, which isn't what I want, but is still pretty freaking sweet. Clip that. But it's still running. That's the problem. Like, I'm interested to see what this report's going to actually be. Is it because 5.3 Spark just isn't good? Oh, we're getting new art. Jesus Christ. Okay. What is it doing? Oh my god. I just wanted to describe the image. Asking the builder to inspect the image directly and describe what they see. I don't know how I could have. Okay, what does this thing actually say? Where's the Kanban? Screenshot description. Where's my report? Give me the report. Click my new fancy icon. Okay. Task completed with summaries and links to artifacts. Summary. The builder inspected the linked image asset directly and produced a concise description indicating it is a wide blue-gray screenshot with detailed content primarily in the upper area, a large dark lower area, and clearly distinct colorful foreground subject. I mean, kind of, sort of. But that means it did work. I guess it was just a ridiculous. It was just not a good prompt. I don't know why it needed to create ASCII art. I tasked the builder with describing the image, and it did some crazy ASCII art while it was thinking. But it did describe what it saw correctly. The architect did not share any details with the builder. Inspect everything around this task to see if it worked correctly. It did delete that image, which is good. The image that is currently in that folder is from me dragging an image into the pane and then removing it from the prompt. Therefore, it was never sent as a task, but was uploaded. Right now, the asset does get added to the CLI, but it's very tech looking. What was delivered, 2 findings are still an older unlinked, but never linked to the task force. Well, the asset does get added to the CLI, but it's very tech looking. Could we do an intermediate step where it gets added to the pane and only actually attached when the prompt is sent from the user? This would also allow the user to remove the it gets added to the pane and folder and only actually attached actually imported when the prompt is sent from the user. This would also allow the user to remove the asset much easier and avoid the situation of orphaned uploads. Also, I need to check what happens if I just do that. that. Oh, it's not on the clipboard. That's right. Shift. Command Shift 5. Options. Clipboard. Okay, so it still doesn't do Command V. Wait. Also, it doesn't look like the doesn't look like I can paste into the architect pane. Only drag assets to it. This is good. Like that, the fact that that base piece worked is muy excelente. But I do need it to which is better than what we just built right now. The flow is drop image, upload immediately, inject technical node into CLI. Yes, that works technically good. It creates things that when you finally remove it from the prompt or abandon. That's all I into architect pane. User can remove it. Only upload when the message is sent. Not daemon side. Then when the user sends the prompt, uploads pending assets, gets ID, sends the architect cleaner messages, includes the asset references. You see two paths: near term, clean fix; current, long term. Number 2 sounds risky and may not work all the time. May break terms of service with certain Claude providers. Could we instead inject the client side asset into the prompt? But if I say reference a screenshot and then it's not attached, also with the architect being a persistent agent, how would that work? It's just not. It's just not good. Yeah, I agree with you, Reed. I may handle differently if AD starts proxying all input. We're effectively interposing ourselves between the user and the provider. Persistent consistency architect is a long-lived interactive process. An ADE composer would need to know exactly when the CLI is ready for input. For paste specifically, we can support a button or keyboard. The question though becomes, if I'm talking just with the architect and I do the intermediate attachment and I say, hey architect, take a look at this photo, but there is no photo attached to that prompt because it happens after the fact, how would the architect know to look at the screenshot? Because I'm sending it directly to the architect itself. Exactly, that is the catch. How do I launch? Yeah, this is command on found. Check for which codex. Codex not found. Guess I never did it. I don't understand. This is the noob coming in. Cool. Don't know what I just did. Probably just wrecked my system. Idiot. Okay, so if it just does that. Why can I not? Why does it do this giant, massive blob? Right is 80. Why does it automatically add all of that garbage and not just the simple whatever it does? Image number 1, like the CLI does. It's also super convenient to just backspace and it deletes it versus ADE requires canceling the prompt, etc. And it already uploaded it to the folder. Oh. So maybe if it can, Codex Architect chat gets the raw CLI behavior. If it cannot, we cannot use pending chips plus an explicit attached to workflow action. Would it be possible to do both? Use CLI. Native. Use CLI native so the architect gets it, and then also pick up on the paste or drag, and then do it as an intermediate, and then inject the uploaded image info at the MCP level. Yes, that is probably the best long-term shape. It got messy. Just is difficult to get the architect to ignore it if it was an accident, and we have it leaves us with orphaned assets. We should pull a project manager and say we're gonna circle back to this problem later. What happens if I go to Claude? Same thing. Claude projects, ADE dev, ADE. Where the fuck is this thing at? Oh no, it's ADE projects here, input assets, unlinked. Can I do multiple? Yep. Is there not like a good way to just like I guess do that. Sure, go back to this problem later. Put it in the to-do list after optimizations. The optimizations that we created the branch for and then never actually did any optimizations with. Agree, this is one of those problems. Okay, I think that is going to be it. My brain is mush. Thanks for the couple of guys that joined on Twitch, YouTube. No dice, but we'll see. I'm going to review footage and who knows, maybe I was stuttering the whole time.